Uh, yep, yep. Hey, what's going on, brother? I'm doing all right. How you doing? Digital, good morning. Good morning. Doing well. That's good. Happy to hear it. I am happy that you're all happy. Well, everything might go even lower right about now. Dow is now down 60 points. Oh, we just gapped down. Oh, like we said, we got index puts we could play here. You could buy calls on VXX. And I still say some of these tech stocks that got pumped, like Palantir, ASTS, Tesla, these are all stocks that are primed for puts right now, in my opinion. DraftKings just kind of hanging out. I know, yeah, I saw a headline about them not going through with what, like a cobalt investment or something. So now I guess you can see all of these kind of like mineral stocks that are tied to Trump lately taking a drop today on that news. LAC still up big though. I mean, the stock was down at, whatever, like 240 or something when it was at lows. So it's still technically up freaking 200% from lows. And it recently hit highs above 10. I do believe fair value, in my opinion, it's worth more than 10. So, it's a longer term hold though. So if it's not your cup of tea, I understand. Yeah, put's doing well for you, huh? Yeah, HGRAF was holding up very well. Just want to check. Yeah, ASTS, it went back up to like 100, 101 before. Now it's back down to 93 and a quarter a share. So this is why I was saying when I saw it up at 98, 99, 100, that's when I was saying, all right, this is ridiculous. You got to buy some puts. And, a stock like that, it's trending. It went up big. So the puts are a little more expensive than average. But at the same time, if you could time it correct and catch, a pullback of a couple of points, you could really see good movement. So it's risky, but you got to pick your spots. Down 3% on SPY. That's not that bad though. Come on. Not in the puts today, unfortunately. Ah, Kelly. Oh, you broke my heart. You broke my heart. Got a lot of sixes over here. Yeah, KO calls exactly as we expected again. I believe it had a little bit of a drop um, after I spoke about it. Like, kind of continued down a little bit for a day or two, came right to the line, and just look at that. Look at those strong steps. Stepping, 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 and boom. It was slow, but it was steady. Beautiful. $68.11 today. Up almost 3 points here from this bottom. Tested just about 2 weeks ago. I'm telling you, you notice they work out more times than not. I mean, you're noticing that. And that's what I mean. It's like, can you time it immediately for this Friday and call it perfectly? Probably not. Does it maybe go down a little bit before it starts to move for you? Yeah, possibly. Like we say, you're never going to get the lowest buy. You're never going to get the highest sell. But, as we say, if you're kind of generally on the right track and you're buying options for a broad overall sell-off or rebound, then as we said, all you got to do is buy some time and you just sit back and wait. And there you go. Something like KO, that's what I mean. That's why I was saying, like, if you could buy 67.5, 68, 69 calls a couple of weeks out, it could bounce off support, gain a little traction going into earnings, right? You should be able to make yourself a couple of bucks, and there you go. Now we're there. Yeah, more times than not, it usually turns out like that. And even when I used to analyze and do some trading, I would notice that myself. I would notice that myself. And something like, if I bought like DraftKings calls this Friday, like a play like that would kind of work out and it would kind of not. But something like a Coca-Cola, as we said, brand name company, was right near support, scoop up some calls, give it some time. As you see, plays like that, they do happen to work out more times than not. So that's why, again, daily, SPY options and stuff. Yeah, those are fun. Those are fun. But again, some of these like a little bit of a longer term play. And again, we're only talking a couple of weeks. That's not long term, right? But because money moves so fast, it seems like a long time. But yeah, if you want to roll the dice, ASTS puts, you want to, bet against the trending stock. Okay, fine. That is a little speculative. But yeah, if you find something like a Walmart or something, maybe it's been selling off the last couple of weeks, so, you're going to try to catch a rebound maybe for the next couple of days or the next week or two. It just lowers the stress, it lowers the anxiety. Chart MBOT. Don't you be telling me what to do. Are you crazy? Just for that, I will chart any other stock except MBOT now. Just for that. See what I mean? Tesla was just what, like 434, 433. Now it's down 431, right? So even if you bought a put, like a 420 or something, 425, it probably moved up a couple of bucks. And here comes a bounce. Here we go. Look at this nonsense. Here we go. I love it. As soon as it starts working out well for me, that's when the bullshit starts. With your bullshit. Freaking SCCO has been solid. Let me check, actually. How are the puts doing? Let me see. Let me see. All right, I had this Tesla put. It's only up about 10%. It was up more. The ASTS puts are looking very nice right now. My puts, I bought them, what, like a day or two ago when I mentioned it. Those puts are up like 40-50% right now. Again, ASTS was at about 100. It dropped down to about 93. So, yeah, and that's what I mean overall, right? Something like an ASTS, like, you know, you can give it a couple of weeks of time and just wait for one or two big breakdowns, and that'll probably cause your puts to jump up. So even though the options are expensive and the stock's at 100, you can go out of the money and you can buy, you know, like an 85 or an 80 put with some time on it. You know what I'm saying? And then if it does happen to chunk down, maybe you know, they do another offering or something like that, stock takes a 10-12% hit, boom, all of a sudden your put actually will jump up in value because of how volatile the stock is. And we just had a little bit of a bump. S&P is now back to green, of course. Remained firm on silver. LT, the best linebacker to do it. How you doing, brother? I still think Disney is weak, too. Disney sucks. And digital, side note, you're in here every day, bro. You should know how I feel about MBOT, man. What are you asking me about MBOT for? Is this thing on? La 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 la. La la la. La la la. Yeah, of course it could drop, man. Every stock could drop lower. That's what I mean. Right now, it could be a perfect buy at 285 or wherever it is, right? But if we wake up tomorrow and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, the shit hits the fan, markets are down 3% across the board, it's like, even though it may have been a perfect buy entry, it will most likely go lower. People will panic, they will see red, they will sell their shares to get their cash out, right? Selling pressure that will drive down a stock, whether it should be down or not. Like I said, people thought they missed a boat at 3, and the stock went, what, up to like 4.5 or something like that. So, you know, even if you bought it late at 3, I mean, you still could have made 40-50% on the stock. So, now it's sub 3. So, I don't know. Like I said, I said my piece. I have my opinion. The ball is in your court. You don't need my eyes for that, bro. You're in there talking about crack stocks with this other guy. I see you. You think I don't see you? What I tell you about dealing drugs in my Discord, huh? The crack stocks. Yeah, I found this company, they started the business 12 years ago, but they got 2 employees. I don't know. I like it. I don't know. A bunch of crackheads. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get it. I know they're fun, but like 9 out of 10 of them don't work. So you guys gotta know that. And again, that's why I was kind of upset with how quick and how much something like HGRAF ran. Because immediately afterwards, people were like, oh, what about this one? What about that one? All of a sudden, everyone's bringing these OTC stocks that they're looking at. It's just dangerous business. Just understand the risks involved. I will say this, though. I will say this. It's funny because at the firm, right, you know, they try to teach you the right way, you know, and we were talking about like the Wolf of Wall Street the other day, and what they got in trouble for, well, you know, it was the penny stocks, and at the time, that commission was real, so they were getting like legit huge commissions off the penny stocks, but the way in which they were guiding the clients to the penny stocks was the problem, right? Because they did the bait and switch like we used to talk about, and call someone up, oh yeah, you know, open an account, we'll buy you some IBM, and they're like, okay. And then, you know, IBM goes up a little bit, and then you call them back a couple weeks later, oh, I got this penny stock, you know, let's put 10 grand in it. And they just made 5 grand commission, right? So it was called the bait and switch, to where you kind of like act like you're buying brand name companies and you're doing the right thing, and then you bring some random stock like that to make yourself commission. But so that was their problem. But I will say this, on a side note, at the firm, I remember they obviously were trying to kind of train you the right way. Obviously tell you not to bait and switch. But there was one broker, I remember, there was one broker who actually specialized in penny stocks. And I remember all the other brokers were like, oh yeah, that guy's kind of like, man, you know, oh, he doesn't really hit the phone. Like, oh, I don't think he has that much under management. You know, just little side digs here and there throughout the days. Then all of a sudden, one of his stocks hit. It was like some coffee company or something like that. And yeah, he was like getting all these clients in for like 5-6 figures each. And they were all buying up this OTC stock at like 6, 7, 8 cents a share. And then apparently, I don't know, they got like a deal or something. Again, it was like some coffee company, so they got like a big order, or, you know, they did a deal with a retailer or some shit like that. All of a sudden, stock pops to like 63 cents. And who walks in? This freaking guy. Sitting there with a smile on his face. All he did was go down the list, just call up people. Yeah, hi, Mr. Smith. Yeah, your position's up 1,000%. It's time to lock it in. But again, that strategy, I mean, I brought you that entire anecdote to just say that strategy. Hey, Gene, how you doing, brother? Happy to see you. Sorry, I'm just talking here. But again, that strategy, right? Think about it. We never really saw him. He didn't have to keep in touch with all his clients. He wasn't bringing them a different stock once a week, right? Think about it. I mean, that coffee stock was probably one of, I want to say, 2, maybe 3 stocks max that man was watching, right? The way we were staying on top of HGRAF and doing updates every time we got news, right? The way we were staying on a HGRAF, on a MBOT, that's the way he was staying on this coffee stock. And I'm telling you, there was probably maybe only one or two other stocks on his watch list. And those were the few that he, again, just completely consolidated his entire book of business into. And then, like I said, one day it went from 7 cents to 60 cents. And now you got some work to do. Now you come into the office and you got to make some calls and take some profits. It could be huge, but it's dangerous. And it bothers me when we speak about pretty high conviction trades and investments, and people don't listen. But then they'll ask me about some crazy option strategy, or then they'll ask me about some crackhead OTC stock. And it just makes me laugh, man, because the average person could probably have so much more money than they have right now, and they don't even know it. Yeah, it was a wild time, man. It was a wild time. I mean, even if you did it the right way, if you think about it, even if you didn't do a bait and switch, and you had a client and you were like, yeah, we'll buy some Clorox, we'll buy some Apple computer, and then down the line you were like, oh, I found an OTC stock that could be huge, high risk, high reward. Like, just think about it. Imagine a client says, all right, we'll give it a shot. We'll put 10 grand into it. We'll see what happens. And imagine you get 50% commission on that trade. 50%. I mean, it's human nature, right? That's what I mean. That's why, again, I know they threw him in jail and they really made him, they really kind of made an example out of Jordan Belfort, the Wolf of Wall Street. But also at the end of the day, I mean, you really can't blame them. I mean, they literally found almost like a hole in the system, right? It was this whole market with massive spreads that wasn't really regulated, and the commissions were through the freaking roof. So of course you would want to make that your focus. Like, yeah, we got to get 1,000 clients and have them all and, trade hundreds and thousands of dollars into these penny stocks. And every trade will be making hundreds and thousands of dollars. We're going to be rich in no time. So of course they did it. That's why I don't even knock them. And they make the example out of him when really at the end of the day, they're the ones who dropped the ball. Just like with Enron and all the other situations, right? The SEC, the NASD, FINRA, these organizations dropped the ball. Bernie Madoff, you're going to tell me they didn't know what was going on? Bullshit. Neo, I see you, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that support. Happy to have you in here. Yeah, I'm just telling some stories. But yeah, that's what it all comes down to. I mean, imagine you were a broker at that time, before it was watched over. And it's like, yeah, you could buy your client 100 grand worth of IBM and you could charge 1% and make $1,000. Or you can buy them, even 20 grand of some random penny stock and you make 10,000 immediately. Are you kidding me? I would have been I wouldn't have been able to sleep. I would have been staring at the clock. Like, is it time to go to work yet? Can I hit the phone yet? Every close is worth hundreds, thousands of dollars. I mean, that's real money. And we're talking 40 years ago. 30 years ago. right? So the thousands you would have been able to make every month, which would have been great money at the time, is like tens of thousands every month nowadays. So that's what I mean. It's like, imagine going from, oh yeah, working some random job to calling people on the phone, convincing them to buy penny stocks and trusting you, and all of a sudden now you're making $250,000 a year. It's like, of course. Yeah, that must have been a wild time, man. And imagine at the time, like, whatever, the average person's making 40, 50, $60 a day, and you know, you go to work and you just made like, $2,700 because you got a couple of guys to close that day. Crazy. Markets just dropped red, by the way. I will get to HGRAF 1 second, I'm telling stories. HGRAF right now, 234. We were talking, shout out to Nick. Nick was saying the other day that 210 looked like a key level for HGRAF. And you can see again yesterday, we got up right above that 210, and we were holding and closed right at 211. Right? We had that pop and that consolidation with the little rally at the end of the day, if you recall. Where is it? Yeah. See, here we popped. See, we tightened throughout the day, and then we had a pop in the afternoon. And now you can see similar, right? Similar. We have a pop, tightening throughout the day, and a rise, right? And this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about, how we're going to see a potential like stepping and a curling up to the trend line. Which again, here, HGRAF, again, this is in dollars, so we're looking at almost 3.5, which would be a new high. And on HG, that's this trend line, right? Again, we were talking how we're stepping, we're curling, right? That's what I mean. In this trend line, we're talking almost 5.5 Canadian. Which is even higher highs here. So that's why I think it looks good. And again, we got above this resistance trend line recently we were talking about. I like it, baby. I like it. Good old HGRAF. Yeah, and people are getting pumped in the Discord. They keep posting. Well, apparently the CEO of HGRAF keeps posting pictures in Washington and whatnot. So we might get some. Again, we might get some news. I mean, who knows? At this point, could be anything, right? Trump, sees the potential in graphene, so he wants Washington to take a stake in that too. Or, again, they see the applications of it. So, the Department of Defense might sign a deal to guarantee, 5-10% of the graphene they make to be shipped to the Department of Defense or some crap like that, right? So all we need is one thing like that. I mean, an announcement like that will absolutely explode the stock. I mean, you may potentially see like a 10 to 20x, and I'm not even bullshitting, on an announcement like that. But just in general, with the way it's moving and how it looks in the technicals, even though technicals aren't everything, it does look like it wants to continue to step higher. So dry right now. I'm loving it. Can't wait until they push news. Yeah, it's coming, man. It's coming, I'm telling you. So today, they're now on CSE 25. What do you mean? They're on the CS. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I know what the CSE is, but what is this, like an event or something? I don't understand. Max, a million. How we doing? Doing well. Doing well. It's closed for shorts. Oh, wait, is this... Yeah, because, yeah, I didn't know this. Is the CSC 25 like the NASDAQ 100 or something, kind of? Kind of the top 25. Okay, I got you. I got you. That's interesting that apparently you're telling us this. And again, this company is still pre-revenue. This company hasn't even started yet. And now you're telling me, yeah, again, CSE 25, appreciate the update. I mean, that, like, I'm telling you guys, you may not even fully comprehend the type of value that we can potentially see here in something like HGRAF. But yeah, it's a good update. Appreciate that, June. I wasn't aware of that, but, you know, once again, this is the trend that we've been seeing since we found it, right? We're just consistently getting positive updates, good news, good headlines. Again, what, they had the freaking senator of Kansas or whatever, right? Come down. I forgot. We did the video. I don't remember. But, again, now they're over here in Washington. It's just, you know, good trial data, yeah, good trial data from the tests that they run all the time in every sector, right? Biomed sensors, concrete, polyurethane. Forms released today and they release news. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Apparently, I guess it's maybe because it's like a tiny under the radar stock. You know, I guess something like TradingView doesn't have all of those little news articles, but appreciate that update. And yeah, for sure, it could be something like that again. That could be the small catalyst that may not cause it to 10x, but it may give it enough strength and value to keep it above that resistance trend line that it just got above, and to slowly bring it up to the next trend line and consistently have it make higher highs, right? Because it's just adding more and more value there. So I still like it. I know it's up big. Even someone like myself, I mean, you know, I wish I had a chunk of it back at 12 cents when I did a video, but it just didn't happen. So at the end of the day, again, nothing's going to be perfect, but I do still like the story. I really do. But holding those Rivian shorts, turning a good profit. All right, awesome. Glad it's working out. Yeah, no, I mean, we were sitting here again. You can see just over like the last hour or so, markets really started to chunk down. So, I mean, Rivian now back to 13. Yeah, see, we had some premature breakouts, came right back into the range, ended up climbing up, look, before the apex, and then came down essentially right there. They're trying to bounce it here, but I'm telling you, it's going to reject. The numbers aren't there. Worst case scenario, it comes, well, worst case scenario meaning it comes, you know, and then bounces. But right there, about 12.5 minimum, in my opinion. Minimum. Realistically, it should be like here. I don't know if that's going to happen. But 12.5. 12.5. But you should be able to see sub 13. What do we see? 1304 today. Yeah, we're just kind of stepping down with everything else. So just hang out. And as long as markets keep dropping, looks like we're bare. Yeah, looks like we're kind of we're making these big candles, tight consolidation, and then just dropping again. You can see we're just taking these next steps lower. So just hang out. Give it an hour or so. Sub 13 in my opinion. Spec sheet is legit. No other company offers consistent batches. Engineering testing proves that graphene is first to market. Yeah, no, like we said, every time we looked at HGRAF, it was really nothing but great news. It was nothing but great news. And I'm actually excited, not only as a tiny shareholder, but just in general. Because again, they were saying they put it in the biomed sensors, and they were better, and the signal was stronger, and it lasted longer. And they put it in cement, and they were able to use 20% less cement, just putting a little bit of graphene in the mix. And it also lasted longer and was more durable. I mean, think about that. That's insane. They put it in polyurethane covers, right? It had what? 17% more protection against UV rays and degradation from UV rays and stuff. I mean, think about how many sectors, products this can completely change. Hey, Joey Bacon Donuts, how we doing? How we doing? Happy to see you all. Yeah, we just chunked up in value real quick. Obviously, if you bought pretty much any put, you're up right now. Yeah, hang out for a little, Max. See that big drop too? Where are you? Wow, it only went down 1 cent. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, you know, they might try to hold it around 13, but yeah. And remember, too, like we always say, right? When we actually have it move in the right direction and all of a sudden your option's up like 300% or something. Just remember, like we say, there's nothing wrong with actually securing and locking in those profits. And then if you want, you can take a little bit of those winnings and you can roll it out, and you can always rebuy and replay the position if you think it's going to continue to go lower or go higher, whatever. Okay, so I'm assuming someone said something. As you know, I don't watch CNBC because it's garbage. But did we have Trump speak about tariffs again? So X said there were some puts in the crypto market for a few $100 million. Huh. It's interesting. All right, I may... Oh, we're dropping even lower? Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like it might want to try to find its footing here. Came right down to 66.20. Seen about a 6-point bounce here. AMD puts on insane. Beautiful, beautiful. That's what I did with DraftKings. Worked out well. Gotta keep the goal inside. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Remember, again, we all want to hold, and, you know, again, even my SPY puts, right? I want to see this drop to 5,600 right now. But at the end of the day, like, you know, I'm kind of being a schmuck. I should be locking in the profits. And as we said, if we do think it's going to go lower, could always rebuy a SPY put for tomorrow, you know, next week, and I can continue to play the drop. And the goal, again, when you have these smaller accounts, the goal is to consistently nail these base hits, right? It's don't worry about grand slams and home runs. They'll come. They'll come. If you just got to trust the process. They'll come. Get the strategy in place, stay disciplined, base hits, and the number one priority is to consistently increase your account value, keep the buying power of your account consistently growing. And then, as we said, if you're going heavy in options and it happens to work out well, you know, and you get blessed with some big trades, all of a sudden you went from, you know, a few $100s to a few $1,000s. Be smart about it, right? Take a chunk of that, put it somewhere that you know 99%, right? Because nothing's guaranteed, but put it somewhere you quote unquote know is going to hold value, grow in value, pay you dividends over time to hold it, right? So it inevitably grows over time while you're doing other things. That's why I say, once you have some capital, or, people who start with 25 grand, but they don't have any shares and they're just doing like 100% options, like, it's just silly. It's just silly. Everyone wants fast money, and then you look at a stock over time and you see what inevitably happens to a good solid business with good management. So why wouldn't you eliminate the stress and have at least a portion of your account working smarter, working harder? Yeah, I don't know. These candles look weak. It looks like we may reject and drop even lower here. Dow's now down over 250 points. NASDAQ down over 100 points. Pulled back about 0.5%, we'll call it, across the board. Dollar bouncing around. Yeah, so all that stuff, I mean, obviously, technically everything went down, and I mentioned a bunch of puts earlier, so those all worked out. If you listened, if you listened and jumped in some puts, good job, good job. Yep, now we're going to see a 10-point random rally back to the moving average. We have about 15 viewers and only 4 likes. Do me a favor and like the stream, please. As I sit here, free of charge, and give people free trades. All I ask is that you like the stream so more people see it. Oh. And see right here, U.S. stocks pull back. What? What happened? Geopolitical tension, banking concerns. President Trump described his conversation with Putin as lengthy, adding uncertainty. How's that add uncertainty? What? If he said brief, would we have spiked to new highs? What the hell does that mean? Regional banks face loan trouble. 50 million charge-offs. Western loans 11% if the issues with a borrower failing to provide collateral. Really? Huh. Interesting. Little bit of a finance curveball today, eh? And apparently Trump was talking to Putin for too long, which is bad, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it is kind of good in a way, right? You wanted to talk to a world leader about a couple of things. I mean, imagine, you walk in and 2 minutes later you're walking out. That's it. That would seem like bad news to me, right? Because it would seem like, oh yeah, we're on completely different pages. We don't even see eye to eye. Can't even be in the same room together. I had to get out of there. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's how I would interpret that. Of course, not everyone's always going to agree on everything. It's basically impossible. It's basically impossible. But if you're able to actually sit down and have a conversation with somebody, I think that's better than, just walking in and being like, what the hell? You're an asshole. Screw you. I'm out of here. Sure, VXX saw a nice spike. Oh yeah, went from 36.5 to 39.5. See that? So while everything else was going down, even if you were conservative and just put some cash into VXX, you're up 10%. Benny and the Jets. Benny, Benny. Benny and the Jets. Benny, Benny. Oh, here's the pump. Here comes the pump. Hmm. Didn't get quite back. What was the high on this? 66.36.77. Big candle right back to the moving average. Just to reject it. Hmm. The Benny and Jets. I'll be back in a minute. Joe, just buy a SPY put right now, bro. Just buy a SPY put expiring tomorrow. What is it, 660 right now? Buy like a 658 or something expiring tomorrow. I'll be right back. HGRAF has been added to the CSE 25, marking its position as one of the 25 largest companies on the Canadian Securities Exchange. Wow. VIX up 15%. Disney 110. Hey Lou, how you doing? Oh, excuse me. HGRAF 224. MBOT. Where was it? 284. Goat emoji, I'm the goat! Nah. Nah. You doing good today? Made a couple of bucks, huh? Oil down 2% now. Oh, right at the trend line. Where is this? Oh. Might be time for USO puts. Damn. Damn. Actually, I don't know. Maybe USO calls, believe it or not. Maybe USO calls right here. I don't know. 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 They didn't want to hire me. Well, I don't know. Well, good for you, buddy. Glad it all worked out. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. Mm-hmm. Just don't trust it. Just don't trust it. Wow, that's not your name? That's messed up, man. I gotta report you to the Discord authorities. I ain't afraid no go. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Trust any of this. The server's been good to me. Sorry, Max, I know who you are. You're the guy who walked in and I more than doubled his money immediately. I know who you are, don't worry about it. Think I don't know? Eh? Think I don't know? Yes, digital. See, it says right here, S&P 500. Wow, making tribute to the GOAT. We appreciate your sacrifice. See, back in the day, people used to sacrifice goats. Now we're making sacrifices for the GOAT. How you doing? Can we just drop this down again, please? I put Walmart. So nice. So classy. I don't know about 260, but where is it right now? 287, 284. It's not that bad of a price. I mean, of course, again, we know it could drop lower. Everything could drop lower. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. USO calls, in my opinion, USO calls. Where we at? I think actually they climb it back up to 59.60 a barrel, I think. Playing with the moving average. Oh, that is the same line. Gotta see if we hold this fib right here. It's looking weak. Oh, shit. Yo. Yo. Who's talking that bullshit? Yo. Mmm. Dollar. Almost back at level. Mm-hmm. Got the moving average rank at 98.2. Okay. 98.2. Yeah, it was like down here, 98.26. Mm-hmm. Oil bouncing, getting back above that line. Trying to top out. Looks like it might. I mean, it should go up. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Mm, mm, mm. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I like BB. It looked like it was gearing up, ready to pop higher. Hey. Oh my goodness. Love how everything moves the same exact way. See, Blackberry ran up to the top, just channeling, just came off a beat. I mean, again, could drop towards the bottom end of this range, could drop about a point back to where it kind of started, but I like it. I do like it. There's a shadow hanging over me. I believe yesterday. Yeah, I got out of my spy put because they're probably ready to pump this freaking thing. Spy calls, baby! Spy calls, baby! Oh, this is taking. It takes so long just to put in a freaking trade, man. I tell you. There it is. There it is. There's the spy call. Bring it right down to there. And then you go spy calls. It should be how it works. I knew it. Really? Can I get in? Oh no, it's not letting me in. Let me in. I said, let me in. Let's see how we're looking here. Oh, yeah. All right, Max, take it easy. Huh? Gonna oil back down, huh? It's getting dangerous out here. Someone using a leaf blower. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. Spike goals, baby. Oh. Oh. NASDAQ back green. It looks like even if they want to drop it again, it looks like we're kind of stepping. So we might just continue to climb like into a wedge and then we could break again. But I just don't know if we're going to make lower lows. So I feel like we might like see a rebound and then like a break and then a bounce. So that's why I think calls are back in play. They did the same exact thing yesterday. Literally. Brought it straight down and then they just continued to recover it all day. So, of course, as we said, we're not always going to get the perfect price, but we got to log them in when we got. I'm burning up for your love. I'm burning up for your love. Don't call it a comeback. I shouldn't say that. Definitely just felt like that. Yep, 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 yep. Oh, yep, 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 yep. Call it flip money, go down, go back up. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Need to break 664. All right, thanks, brother. Appreciate the update. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, see, now the problem is, now you're getting the alerts like, oh, your cache is not cleared technically. Might get a good fade violation. But hey, it's fine. It's fine. I know you can only run whatever, a couple of trades a day or a week, but like we say, we got to take what the market gives us. If there's nothing happening, then we don't force trades, right? And if we see, oh, we can scalp some calls, we can scalp some puts, then we got to just do as much as we can and work within our means, Take them one at a time. I sold my SPY puts actually at a bad time as it was climbing, and I still made like 60-70% return, so that worked out very well. The calls are still up a little bit. It's very nice. As long as we're making money, we're doing the right thing. Hope this thing don't freaking break low, bro. Yeah, I mean, it's growing nicely, but options are probably expensive, and I know it's hard, man, because we overpumped a lot of these names, and one day they're hot, one day they're not, and all it takes is one day, and the option is screwed. I ain't afraid of no ghost. And the Nasdaq is green. No, 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 no. Freaking oil just slipping. Keeps fighting for that trend line. I mean, they can close it down here, but I do feel like the recovery could even start to happen right after the stock market closes going into tomorrow morning. So may have been a little early. I'm up about 15% on the call right now. Just hanging out. Ah, Joey, thank you, baby. I appreciate that, brother. I'm expecting that oil bounce back. I'm actually expecting a Bitcoin bounce back as well, because we were looking at Riot recently, right? You can see, look, at these trend lines. It was kind of holding and dancing right around this trend line, trying to hold about 111 and change, and we just had a break. I mean, we could go down about 2K, maybe, and then bounce there. But you can see even here, as we had the premature breakout, we came down. We didn't quite get to this line, and then we started bouncing. So, I mean, we may see a double bottom form potentially, and then we see a bounce. 107,270. 107,625. Didn't quite make that double bottom. But seems like we're bouncing, a little tightening taking place here. And we're going back down. Great. Great. Oh, yeah. Shit. Slipping, slipping. There you go. Ah, great. Burned the day trade, took a loss. Do I still have day trades? I don't even know. Oh, I do have a day trade left. Oh my goodness. No. No, I say. Hey, got filled with a put. Filled with a spy put. Oh, we got filled with a spy put. There. I need 2 minutes. I'll be back. Okay, we are down, we are back, we are down. So basically, DraftKings, yeah. Hey Joe, what's up? What's up? And it's funny, right? Because this is why, again, right? I mean, you saw it in real time. I actually got emotional here. And I ended up selling the put for not max money, right? But we know we're never going to catch the bottom. But either way, I mean, I easily, look at this. You could see for a while it was down here, right? So I easily could have taken profits down here. Ended up taking profits over here. And then I jumped in the call because it looked like we were stepping into a wedge. But then it started to break, so I had to sell the call, burn a day trade, take a small loss, jump back in a put, and now that put is up. However, the analysis was the analysis, and if I just did nothing, I'd be back up big right now with my original put, and I'd have an extra day trade, and I wouldn't have taken a small loss on the call. So that's why I know people are like, oh, you're so good. How come you're not a millionaire? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, again, first of all, I don't have much capital. Second of all, I know about the tendencies and some of the bad habits that are tied to trading. That's why sometimes it works out really well. Sometimes you miss it. It's extremely stressful. Yeah, this SPY put up a chunk right now. What time is it? 2 o'clock. Oh, man. I knew it too. I knew it. When I started to see this bounce, I was like, yeah, it's bullshit. It's going to go back down. And then it kept going up. And I was like, oh, I guess it's going up. And that's what I mean, you know? That's why, again, though, I say, like the way we played, like the slow, steady bounce on Coca-Cola. That's why I say sometimes playing the individual stocks is much, much easier, believe it or not, than playing the index. Because you'd think it's easy. Like, oh, stocks only go up, so I'm going to buy a call on the S&P. And then it's funny, because you'll do that, and then that day, the SPY will be flat, right? Or will slowly trend down. And you'll just watch the value just bleed away. And it's like something that you thought was a layup, you know? Because you just bought the market, and you still ended up losing money. And we can see how, again, they did this 2 days in a row now. We tanked straight down. We tanked straight down, and both times I was looking at lower trend lines, lower levels, and I was like, oh yeah, we're coming all the way down here. And then we randomly just had this V bounce recovery. And then boom, now we randomly are slipping again. So that's why, you know, if you're really trading, again, if you're doing like SPY options, and I know someone like Joe is new to options, so you probably shouldn't do like today's expiration, right? You should always give yourself a little bit of a cushion if you can. So something like this, like if you jumped in SPY puts, let's just say 5 minutes ago, like you should buy, you know, tomorrow SPY puts. You should buy Monday, Tuesday, next week SPY puts. And just play the sell-off, because even though they might not move as much, as it drops like this, your put is going to slowly tick up with the rest of them. So you can still make, 20, 30, 50% on a further out put just by playing the momentum. Yeah, we just took a big leg lower here. I have no idea what's going on. Is anyone following? I mean, is Trump speaking? Is anyone watching CNBC? I have no idea what's going on. And again, Joe, SPY and QQQ, which is the NASDAQ, I believe now they both have like daily options. So you can buy calls and puts expiring like every day, Monday to Friday. The Dow ETF, DIA, their options expire every Friday. They only have weekly options. So if we did, have an overall vibe of markets are going to go up this week, markets are going to go down this week. If you want to be a little bit, safer, if it's like a Tuesday, if you want, you can play calls or puts on DIA so that you have until Friday, as opposed to trying to time, the NASDAQ today or the NASDAQ by tomorrow, something like that. So just something for you to keep in mind. Trump will speak in an hour. Okay, thank you very much for that update. Not sure what's going on. Yeah, no, this market, like I said, they're just popping and dropping this freaking thing at will. At will. I mean, it's random times. And you can see, look, we have the big chunk down here, almost exactly right on 12:30. And then 16, 17 minutes later is where we bounce and begin this insta-V recovery. Like, it's not even timed. Like, look at this, 139 on the break when we begin slipping here. And where was this big slip right here? Just after 2? I mean, 2 o'clock's usually a key time, but over here, I mean, 1:45. And then here again with the break here, 138, 139. Like it's just very unpredictable. It's very unpredictable, and that's what I mean. And right now, we'll come out like Anda just said. Oh, Trump's speaking in an hour, and then an hour from now, Trump will start talking, and then all of a sudden the frickin' thing will rocket back up here, and we'll go back up to 67.20, and we'll close, and it'll be a massive recovery. I don't know. It just, I mean, people used to say years ago that, oh, markets are fake. They're, overinflated. Now, like I said, man, I just don't trust it. I just don't trust it. And I don't try to get it all political, but we know that the moves that our administration makes affects the stock market. And even though under Biden, like we still had the first year or two that was kind of feeding off of the Trump rally initially from 2016 to 2020, right? So up until like 2021, 2022, like it was all still good because everything that Trump did was kind of still in place. And then again, not attacking him because it's really not the president's fault at the end of the day. We know that there are a bunch of other people behind the scenes that aren't being held accountable either. And we continue to see lower and lower GDP numbers. We continue to see worse unemployment numbers. We were still trying to, revamp up our economy coming out of the lockdowns, remember? But somehow the markets just kept going higher, kept going higher, kept going higher. And then people were like, oh, we need rate cuts. And then Powell comes out and he's like, oh, no, we're raising rates. And it didn't matter. And markets would pop higher and we would go higher and we would go higher. And that's why I kept driving that home, because there has to be a point, just like with the way NVIDIA stock explodes, there has to be a point where something's got to give. And no matter what is going on, we're going to have to drop it. My screen is not refreshing. Seeing, Yeah, we're seeing some drops here. People again, when people see big drops like that, they start to get nervous. This is when the selling pressure comes in. Because people with size, right, who want to protect their capital are saying, yeah, the 500K we got in this stock, get rid of it. You know, the profits we have in Oracle, Nvidia, get rid of it. I think they dropped it on the 20 EMA on the daily. Okay. Very good, very good. Climb here. And the last time it did this, it freaking exploded back up. So stay sharp. Stay sharp, San Diego. DraftKings sub 35 now. Those puts working out. Rivian sub 13. What'd I say? What'd I say? Palantir down a few points now. That would have worked out. I had that Tesla put, which I sold because I thought markets were going to bounce. Yeah, let's break my heart real quick. Let's see. Oh, yep. Oh, yeah. Yep, so that's up. Yep. Oh, yeah. It's up about 150% more from where I sold it. I know what I know. Sub 6,600. So, like I said, those calls, that was, that was a quick L that was taken. But then I did mention out of calls back into puts in the Discord. So, and even earlier when we mentioned puts, again, the Tesla puts, everything, Rivian puts, everything's up right now. Everything's up right now. Disney down 2% because it sucks. You suck. When you sell a Tesla put hundreds of dollars ago, ah, it hurts. Now, hypothetically, if we actually come to this line, what are we looking at? 65, 75? I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Hmm. Doesn't know what it wants to do. Okay, AMD puts up 800. Good job, good job. Happy for you. Happy for you. Anything's possible. Freaking oil kept slipping on. Damn. Check out our dollar. Starting to climb now, rejecting a little bit. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Dollar be climbing. Right back to where it was here before we began this chop. If I need more coffee. Sitting here struggling. Put in a much lower limit on one of my puts. SPY keeps breaking. Yeah, see, we need to break that line right there. We need to break that line right there. Uh-huh. 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 Close below that. We might go there. Yeah, look at it. It's fighting. Disney sub 109. AST down to 90. I was calling puts at 98, 99, 100's down about 10% since I mentioned puts. Drop it. STS sub 90. We're going to see the moving average meet up with this trend line, and then that's going to cause a big rejection maybe. Maybe. Oh. Playing games right here. Look at this. Oh. Do we have enough momentum? I think too many people are hitting the sell button right now. It's fighting. She's a fighter. Yeah. Get below 6,600 briefly. Right? And that's our psychological level here. And we're right back to it now. And we're below it. We closed below 6,600 on this candle. Approaching lows of the day on the S&P. Across the board, really. Oil with a little bit of a bounce back, huh? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Lows of the day. Oh, man. Oh, oh, we got drops. These options move. I just don't know if it's really going to keep dropping that much. Alright, maybe it is. Would have had a lot more money on those Tesla puts, I'll tell you that much. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Shorts are jumping on. They're looking for a free ride. Ooh. brake fluid out there. Wow. Seeing this. Hmm. Hmm. They're playing with this freaking line. Are you seeing this? People tell me I'm going crazy. Well, who's crazy now? Dope, dope. Dope, dope. LAC down 2 points, back to the low sevens. Hey, oil with a little bit of rebound. Wow, they are screwing. They are screwing. Up. There's the bullshit. There's your sign. All right, digital, take it easy. What is happening? Back in it. Give me a break. Give me a break. Oh, come on. That's a break. Excuse me. Huh. Just about 3 o'clock. Oh, baby. Hello, baby. Up, up. Stocks only go up. Up, up. 3 o'clock. Right back to the trend line. Yeah, they're probably gonna pop it though. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Wow. Oh, we're gonna pump it. Unbelievable. Oop, clean break below the line, below the moving average. Uh, I'll be right back again. 1 second. This is some wild shit. This is some wild shit. It will never be real. Wow. They keep playing with these markets. I have a feeling we're going to be down like huge tomorrow, maybe. I have no idea. Or they're going to keep playing with it, and then like Monday we're going to drop big. I don't know. I don't know. It's like it wants to pull back, and they're not letting it. Bearish engulfing candle. The heck? Yeah, we're looking weak. Should really come back down to like 6,600 like it was. Oh, my sinuses. I'm all messed up. Oh, yeah. Snap it to a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Snacks. Snack. I like the snack. Who doesn't like a good snack? Quit playing games with my heart. Man. Ah, yes, the sea of red. Yes. Ah, yeah. Back to 6610. Trying to hold. Yeah, I don't think it holds. It's fighting. It is fighting. I can't breathe. I love it. I can't breathe. I love it. Back down 6610. It's fighting. Making movies, making songs, and fighting around the world. Yep. Making movies, making songs, and fighting around the world. Yeah, I think it wants to test that 6600 again. No crumbs left. Wow. And they're popping, they're dropping. Somebody said Trump was speaking at like 3 or something, so I don't know. Honestly, I'm not listening to what he's saying, so who knows how that may be affecting anything. But like I said, I mean, we went up so many days for no reason. Sometimes you gotta go down. You cannot only go up. I need a minute. My apologies. I'll be right back. Back in action. 333. Went up here. Little rejection. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Trump and Putin. Yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah, so we may drop going into the close, and then we may rally after hours and be green tomorrow maybe. Yeah, it just seems like it just wants to keep stepping down here. Staying kind of in this downward channel, as you see. Like we said, we always see the market go up, and then when it actually goes down, people are like, oh my God, what's going on? It's, this used to happen, believe it or not, like every other day, every couple of days. The problem is they just don't let it happen anymore. So when it does happen, people are like, holy crap, I'm down huge. What's going on? Oh my God, what do I do? Oh my goodness. What it looks like. Wants to step down here, maybe. 65.80, we hit 65.93, so we came pretty close to that mark. Let's actually see something. What if I like did that? See? Bang. That's right down the middle. That's right down the middle of this channel. And see, that's right where it bounced too. See, I went across the bottoms there before the break. Look at that. Would you look at that? Oil still down. Gold and silver still up. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it really should have this break. I don't know what they're waiting for. They don't just let it drop. Dollar. Bouncing all over the place. Was really fighting to regain this trend line. Seems to consistently be rejecting. Everything just kind of popped. Feel like you're getting like tiny relief bounces, but then the scalpers, the shorts jump in and they play against the strength that it just gained. Even believe it or not, even against that little momentum, you'd be surprised if you move in size. You see the way the options move in value. So if you jumped in there at size, you catch even just a small rejection here off a fib, down a few points back to the moving average. Like, that could be 15% real quick. Bang, bang. If you're dealing with size, I mean, you're talking about good profits very quickly. So you'd be surprised how many people are just sitting here sniping these candles right now. 4 o'clock. Got a little over 20 minutes left. Anything can happen in the last 10-20 minutes. We've seen that. Looks weak, though. Looks weak today. Even here, it's kind of starting to, like, slowly step up, but that's usually a bearish pattern. Yep, 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 yep. Give me 1 second, damn it. Oh, back in action. Going broke, waiting for the press conference. Yep. Well, I guess I gotta get out now. I can't believe this should be so much lower. How's everything else doing? IBM. CCO stayed green all day. Copper, baby. Uber. Rivian stayed down. Very nice. Yeah, Tesla puts paid well. Oil just slightly down, really. Down about a quarter from where I mentioned coals today. It's not too bad. It's not good, but it's not too bad. We're talking out here. Right here, about 66.20. Bouncing around. And these are the breaks. Break it up, break it up, break it up. Show me something. Show me something. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Just gonna run this sumbitch all the way back up. All the way. It's It's now or never. Hearing someone's car. Oh no. Need to really drop hard here, otherwise they're gonna try to keep rebounding it, in my opinion. I just don't trust it though, because I know like it's 348. I know at like 350 it could just start reversing and chunking down. So, yep, yep, uh-huh. We randomly pump. Hmm. Uh-huh. Yep. I don't trust them. Freaking held to the last minute. Actually ended up making just a few bucks on it, but I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Pockets be bouncing. And we are closed. Hopefully everybody did all right today. What a day. Oh my. All right. Well, my work here is done. Thank you everyone for hanging out for a few minutes, showing your support. Hope everyone had a decent day, even though we had a pullback, right? We should be diversified. We should have some hedge plays in place. So hopefully everyone's able to keep their head above water, but hopefully everyone is doing okay, even when the markets pull back like this. But yes, you too, Lou. Have a good night. Always a good time. Enjoy the evening, get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.